EJ streaming in his chair, goldfish fueling infinite glare. Build a land or let it burn, a god like a Dakistan at every turn. Financial tips on every stream, workers to the dream machine. Money flows like molten steel, chase the goldfish surreal. EJ king of the pixels, Bakalaka Dakistan in his grip. Fueled by crunch and snacks, watch as his empire cracks. Economy rules, it's all a game. Bakalaka Dakistan is claim to fame. EJ adjusts the lines and grids till his eyes bleed memories of kids. Rusty pipes and golden plans, future lies in worker hands. Stream the build or let it fall, EJ's empire never small. Financial talk makes sense, no lies. Goldfish crumbs and starlit eyes. Pour the funds into digital veins, running wild in imaginary planes. Enemy rules, it's souls, Bakalaka Dakistan. Enemy rules, it's all the game. Enemy rules, it's souls, Bakalaka Dakistan. Hot goldfish fueling it. in the tundra where the chill gives birth, rises a beacon of unmeasured worth. Yakograd stands with its banner so bold, a land of a story that's yet to be told. Oh, Yakograd, we raise our cheers. Through icy winds your voice appears. The Yak, our guide, strong, steady and true. With Commissary J, the future's new. Fields of frost silver, rivers that gleam. Every heartbeat swears to the dream. From peak to valley, our pride won't fade. In the Republic, the greatest is made. Oh, Yakograd, we raise our cheers. Through icy winds, your voice appears. The Yak, our guide, strong, steady and true. With Commissary J, the future's new. Every storm we weather, we stand refined. EJ commanding both heart and mind. The Yak shall graze where the heavens bow. To Yakograd we make this vow. Oh, Yakograd, we raise our cheers. Through icy winds your voice appears. The Yak, our guide, strong, steady and true. With Commissary J, the future's new.
Gaze up high, there's a rocket in the sky, blasting off to space, leaving Earth behind. EJ Stream brings you the latest scoop, every launch, every loop, joining this space troop. Satellites and probes, exploring the unknown, from Mars to the moon, space tech has grown. EJ is the guide on this cosmic ride, bridging the gap with news from the inside. Space adventures and missions galore. Catch it all on EJ's score. With each lift off, our curiosity soars. Tune in now for more and more. Gravity's down, satellites align. Align. History's is calling, don't get left behind. Behind. And I'm join the dream. EJ's got the greatest beam. From SpaceX launch past to NASA's crew, discoveries unfold, bringing new view. Fuel your passion, let your dreams ignite. In EJ's realm, the stars shine bright. Space adventures and missions galore. Catch it all on EJ's score. With each lift off, our curiosity soars. Tune in now for more and more. For more and more.
in space, so you're trying to get to the MSC race. One man has all the clues to help you solve your blues. EJ is his name, and rockets are his game. Bolder than any man, crazy creations are his plan. Cities, Kerbal, and workers, they all are at his command. Oh God, that's all I can think of. Chat bothers him all day and night.
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
How come Dalmatians aren't good police dogs? Their records are too spotty.
Stuck in space, well, you're trying to get to the MSC race. One man has all the clues to help you solve your blues. EJ is his name, and rockets are his game. Bolder than any man, crazy creations are his plan. Cities, Kerbal, and workers, they all are at his command. I don't know if that's all I can think of. Chat bothers him all day and night, but each always puts up a fight. Weird impressions, internet memes, he's always so extreme. I'm not a good songwriter, as you can hear.
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
A sweater I just bought was picking up a lot of static electricity. I decided to return it, and the guy gave me a new one free of charge.
All right. Let's get started. Sorry, I just wanted to go down and check on Bree and the dog. All right. Let me just fire up the YouTube stream and then we'll go. Let me shut this for a second. Make sure the YouTube stream is titled with the appropriate thumb. Okay, we're good. And maybe pointer finger too.
When you're curvable stuck in space, so you're trying to get to the MSC race, one man has all the clues to help you solve your blues. EJ is his name and rockets are his game. Bolder than any man, crazy creations are his plan. Cities, Kerbal, and workers, they are at his command. Oh God, that's all I can think of. Chat bothers him all day and night, but Eej always puts up a fight. Weird impressions, internet memes, EA is always so extreme. I'm not a good songwriter as you can. Turbo stuck in space, well, you're trying to get to the MSC race. One man has all the clues to help you solve your blues. EJ's his name and rockets are his game. Bolder than any man, crazy creations are his plan. Cities, Kerbal, and workers, they all are at his command. I don't know if that's all I can think of. Chat bothers him all day and night, but Eej always puts up a fight. Weird impressions, internet memes, EA's always so extreme. I'm not a good songwriter as you can hear.
I'm not a good songwriter as you can. I'm just going to end more sentences in prepositions. Never end a sentence with a preposition. Is this whose pad in which they were launching? No, the rocket whose pad they were from launching. The rocket whose launch they were launch padding in. No. Right. All right. What's going on, everybody? All right, we get our fresh air after the political poo-poo sandwich that we just ate. You guys got to get some fresh air. Got some time to got some time to digest. Yeah, good. Yeah, good. Hopefully, you know, it's good.
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
I asked a ninja if they knew how to throw one of those ninja star things. They said, "Shuriken."
You got IBS. That's funny. Bought some stuff on the stock market before. Nice engineer. There you go. All right. Started watching you yesterday. I think I'm hooked. Oh, thanks, Peter. I appreciate you, man. Thanks for watching. Yeah. Sorry for that. Did you have the cuttlefish on the asparagus or the vanilla pesto? Very well, I will eat the cuttlefish. Sorry. There. Get it, buddy. Cheers to 6 up.
Houston, Tranquility Base
Oh, no.
here. The Eagle has landed.
Where do trains go to play video games? The PlayStation.
Apparently there was a lot of pun tipping happening when I was not here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
78-month resub. Thanks, man. So you guys are saying 15 is on 15? Wait, 15's on the move. That chat's going fast. Refresco. So booster 15 is the booster that they put out in the Rocket Garden and kind of mothballed. That's the booster from Flight 8. Flight 8. I saw that thing land. Yeah, I seen it. I seen it. They're just, don't mind me, just taking my booster out on a walk. So that's where the booster, but where's the ignition? It's got no engines on it, J-Speed, so you can't do the boosters in ignition, so it's just booster. I'd be very curious to see where they're going with this. So right now they're on Highway 4. They moved this thing out of the Rocket Garden, and they're heading towards the production site. So the production site, like, is, well, you could, it's right there. You can see the booster. It's right next to it. Launch site? I don't believe Booster 15 has any motors on it, Blue Benji, which is very curious here. Scrappity scrap. Hey, don't talk back. SVO. It's pretty quick for a crawler, though. I mean, it's like, and they're on SPMTs, self-propelled modular transporters. The SPMTs can move pretty quick. I would say that's quite good for, like, 100 tons of booster and transport stand. Actually, it's probably more than that. Okay, they are turning towards the production site. See the SPMT? The other thing is, and you want to hear an interesting thing, those are hydraulic motors. Yeah. SPMTs use a hydraulic motor. Yeah. So think of like an impeller, they pump fuel into it, it spins or pump fluid into it, it spins the impeller, and then fluid goes out the other side back to like a return line. Think of it like a kind of like a power steering pump almost. That's what's powering the wheels. Yeah. SPMTs make the weirdest noise. I've stood right here and heard this thing go by. It's like it sounds like the Jetsons or something, dude. I'm in Philly, stuck on 476. That sucks. Danger lot? Since 17 is gone, could they be bringing it to Mega Bay 1? Yeah. I'm guessing it's going in Mega Bay 1, yes.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
I showed my damaged luggage to the lawyer and said, I'd like to sue the airline. The lawyer said, you don't have much of a case.
High Bay 1 has no roof. EJ, going on my first ever flight tomorrow. Any advice? Also, Airbus A319. You've never flown before, Yuri. Where are you going? If you care to tell. Tell me when I need a laugh. Right now. Laugh track. Backhoe. First time, St. Louis to North Carolina. Oh, that's a quickie flight. Dude, don't worry about it. Yeah, dude, flying is cool. You got a window seat, right? Hopefully you got a window seat. You got a window seat, look out the window. Trust me on this one. You'll be like, what the frick? What is that? That's down there. You don't know if you have a window. Okay. Yeah, try to get a window seat. Believe me, it's worth it. Looking out the window and seeing a roll, like looking at the world from 30,000 feet is pretty cool, man. It's pretty sick. I still enjoy it every time I fly, man. Takeoff is the best, dude. Adversity, you know, you can call me basic as hell. I don't care. Like, when I hear those turbofan spool, I still get a little bit of a rush. I'm like, like I'm still like, yeah. All right, let's go. You know, gets me fired up, man. Just makes me want to yell out, shake and bake. Do you clap during the landing? No. Like, yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, Dan, that's right. An A319 is pretty safe. You'll hear the PTU barking as the plane is taxiing, though. Yep. Blew out the mic. Yeah, shake it back. Low flight at 300 to 1,000 feet is the best. It's like cities in real life. Vasia, whenever I'm on approach, yeah. Dude, all right, real quick, and then we got a Starliner to make. One time I was on approach in New York, right? Brimo and I were landing in LaGuardia. Or no, we were taking off. It was after an Intrepid event, right? So LaGuardia is right here, right? We took off this runway, went down here, and the plane was flying out over the Long Island Sound, right? And we flew over the Cross Bronx Parkway right here. That's the Cross Bronx Parkway. That's a big road. All right, that's all you got to know. It is a big road. And I was about to say, when we flew over, I saw a traffic jam forming on the Cross Bronx Parkway. and it looked exactly like a traffic jam forming in cities. It blew my freaking mind. I saw it from about maybe this high off the ground. Like, people were getting towards whatever that thing is, that roundabout, and I saw the traffic piling up, and I saw everybody stopping. I saw everything slowing to a halt, and I was like I said, you call me basic as hell, but I was like, what the hell is happening? That looks exactly like cities. That's weird, man. I was like, what? Maybe I just don't get out enough. That's entirely a possibility. Like, but it was pretty cool. I'm like, oh man, those people are stuck in traffic. Hell yeah, you know. Like, how about when landing in crazy choppy crosswinds and the airframe is all over the place? Still chill? Yeah, I don't get nervous on airplanes. No, absolutely not. You have an aisle seat. Yeah. Ah. Right behind the wing? Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. Flying, like, don't, if you have any trepidations or anything, flying is super safe. It very, very, very unlikely something's going to happen. You know why? Because there's less planes in the air than there is cars on the road. Believe me, you'll be fine. And there's very strict rules for moving them around. And it looked like SimCity or Transport Fever. Exactly, Nuss. Yeah, that's it, man. I like, once again, that's the kind of stuff that makes me happy. Like, I get it. Traffic jams are bad. I've been stuck in traffic. I've had to commute in traffic. Frick traffic. But it's cool. It's cool to see. It's cool to see that. Like, I was like, oh man, that looks exactly like cities. That's really neat. Bro, it's an Airbus, not a Boeing. I know I'm fine. Yeah, even an engine failure isn't a huge deal these days. Remaining engine has more than enough power to fly you around for a safe approach. At tops, baby. Did you see traffic jams moving backwards? The congestion? Yeah, Nuss. Yeah. Like I said, Brimo and I were on a flight out of LaGuardia. We took off on this runway, and the plane went right across the Cross Bronx Parkway. It flew right here, coming out over the Long Island Sound to get back to Boston. And I saw, dude, I like, instant core memory, like, happening. I saw a traffic jam forming right here. And I saw the traffic jam go further and further back, and it was backing up onto here before it got out of sight. There, a cloud got in the way. There were lower clouds there. It was wild, dude. Yeah, I just took shots at Boeing. It's all right. Remember, if you're flying on a 738, you're good to go. Anything above 738s, careful. No, I'm just kidding. It's all right. I was on a flight where one of the two engines failed. I wasn't worried. My friend was in a near panic. So what I tell people, guys, is like, you know, landing in crosswinds, landing, you know, turbulence, stuff like that. That's expected. Brimo was nervous about a flight one time, and I told her, like, look. She's like, I don't like turbulence. Turbulence is no good. I'm like, look, if the plane's not going through turbulence, that means physics has stopped working. You're going to experience some semblance of turbulence almost on every flight. There's no way you're getting perfect laminar flow with an airplane from takeoff to landing. That is impossible. That means, once again, the atmosphere has stopped working. It needs to be rebooted now. So, like, what I like to tell people is the plane bounces around. That happens. When you're driving down the road, you hit bumps. Turbulence is just a bump in the air. That's the same thing. You know, but the difference is we can maintain roads, but air, you don't have to worry about that too much. So yeah, turbulence happens. It's bumpy. It gets a little bumpy. Dude, I don't know about you guys. Turbulence puts me to sleep. Turbulence puts me to sleep. As a pilot, I've lost 13 engines over my career. Landed them all without a problem. It's not something to worry about. There you go. Yeah, turbulence. I fall asleep and I'm just going around like this. I'm just like, you know, I grew up in the city. I grew up next to a highway. Like, that kind of stuff, you know, like chaos, like, fall asleep. It's like my cousin Vinny up in here. It's your physical white noise. Yeah. You know, like, I think turbulence puts me to sleep, dude, because, all right, my parents told me one time that, you know, what used to calm me down when I was just but a wee lad. My parents would put me in the backseat of the car and drive around. In bumpy roads, so you rock back and forth. I mean, it makes sense. Like, I'm like, yeah, math checks out there. They're like, you wouldn't be quiet until you got into a car, and then started driving around in the car. I'm like, yep, that reads, yep, 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 that makes sense. You're from the deep sticks. You don't like to hear the highway. So, Artyom, it's gonna be pretty loud during takeoff. And the sound won't go away. It'll drone a little bit, but takeoff is the loudest part because that's where you use the most amount of power. It takes a lot of energy to get that plane up there. Once you're up there, though, it doesn't take a lot to keep it going. I live my life a quarter nap at a time. Yep. For those 10 snores or less, I'm free. How goes the Starliner build? I missed most of it. I'll show you, King. You ever seen this dude? What's this? Yeah, cloud seeding. Yeah, they cloud seed stuff in the Middle East, Flykin, to try and get the arid climate to be more tropical. And then a monsoon happens, and it floods everything because they live in a desert and they don't have the proper drainage to deal with flooding. Oops. There's something about turbulence that calms me down. Engine noise is the core memory that claimed Little Nipper. Who'd have thunk it? Passing, I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. That took a turn. Yeah. River, yeah. Dude, look it up. There are shots last summer of Dubai, and all the highways are underwater because they did too much cloud seeding. And they put too much humidity into the atmosphere. And if you put too much humidity into the atmosphere, anybody in Florida knows that all that hot air will rise all up. And if the clouds get too saturated, they... Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. It's a great way to own a flooded P1. Yep. Bless the rains down in UAE. Sorry. But yeah, Artyom, it's, yeah, dude, flying is cool, man. It's cool. You're probably not going to have the best experience in an aisle seat, but yeah, dude, you got to get the window. Like, dude, even somebody that flies a lot, I hate the aisle seat. I can't stand it. You get people bumping into you and stuff all day. I like the window seat. The other thing is, you know, I get people bumping into me because I'm 6'4". I can't fit in the damn airplane.
Go at throttle up.
Like, not this way. This way. I can't fit. I always have to fly extra legroom or else my knees are pushing someone's seat forward. Airplanes weren't made for people that are... Passenger seats on airlines weren't made for people that are 6'4", I guess. So I usually get a window seat and extra legroom, and it sucks because I have to pay more, but I actually can't fit in the regular seats. Such is the case for most automobiles too. Once again, not fat, not fat. Right? Like, nope. It just happens when you're a big dude. In regular world units. 193 centimeters. I can't fit in an F40. I can't fit in a Miata. I've sat in an NA Miata, the windshield is right here. The top of the windshield. Yeah. You ever meet Scotto? Scotto is taller than me, Coltec, and yes, I have met him. He's taller than me probably by about this much. Cleater is the same way. I got a picture of me and Cleater. A picture of me and the old Florida man here. Where is he? Yeah, see? Cleater's not that much taller than me. Neither is Derek, for what it's worth. Actually, Derek and I are about the same height. So wear a bike helmet then? I have to in a Miata, dude, because it's a freaking go-kart, man. So your feet end up as the hold luggage, pretty much, dude. I met Derek and he towered over you. Me and Derek are the same height, Colton. Like, dude, I'm a big guy. Like, I'm not trying to say that to flex on people. Just, yeah, I can't fit in frigging cars. The only thing I fit in correctly is a frigging pickup truck, which is why I own pickup trucks. Because I actually fit comfortably without my back getting completely wrenched in a small car. I can't fit in a small car. What about an MX-5? An ND2? I'm not sure. What size boots are you wearing? This is my shoe. This is a regular water bottle. I got size 14 foot, man. I have flippers. Frigging flippers, dude. If somebody just popped into this stream right now, just now, they're going to be very confused. Like I said, just a big dude. I can't fit in cars. Like, it's not because fat. I can't fit in frigging automobiles. I'm too big. I've driven an MG. I've driven an MGA, caveman. Once again, the windshield was like right here. Why don't cars do what houses do? High ceilings. Well, Erudite, you, okay, here. I'll just use this vehicle as an example. There was a time, actually, you know what? You know what I can use as an example? Here, let me show you. We got to build Starliner, so we're going to get to it, but here. You want to see a good example? There was a time where cars were built to be spacious, okay? There was a time where cars were built to be spacious. Wait, your setup is in your garage? Yes. Now start it. All right. Give me one sec. You were saying? Wait, the blinker turned on when you gave it gas. I hit the directional. Nice, I didn't think it was running. Well, I didn't fix it. I got the fuel pump, I got the mechanical fuel pump hooked in. The gas tank is that gas can that's sitting on the fender, but hey, whatever. Yeah, I would be working more on the Coronet on stream, guys, this week if we weren't doing the Starliner stuff. But for the people that care, I timed it with a vacuum advance off, 10 degrees BTDC, no vacuum advance. I verified the timing mark cover on the harmonic balancer is at number 1, top dead center. I said that out of order. I verified number 1 is at top dead center, verified that the timing mark was correct, timed it, no vacuum advance, 10 degrees before top dead center. I checked the ignition, the spark. I haven't done a compression test on that motor. Something about that 318 is not happy still. Something with it is weird. It started getting blow by again last night when I had it running. I was messing with it after stream. I verified that we're not missing on the electronics. It doesn't actually have points in it. It has a Pertronics distributor in it. I didn't know that because I hadn't really dived into it too much. Can someone clip that? Yep. And then after I verified timing and verified that all the spark plugs were spark plugging, I adjusted the idle fuel mixture and then the idle speed screws on it, and I got it running pretty good. Weird thing though, guys, it wasn't getting blow by until it started to warm up, and I'm not sure if this is what's happening, but I would be remiss in not saying it. So, okay, I'm gonna speak car for a second. I apologize. I'll load up the capsule while I'm speaking car. So I noticed a couple of things. The breather on the valve cover was quite oily. I mean, that's kind of expected with positive crankcase vent pressure. Also, I have a heat gun where you can, it's an infrared thermometer that you can kind of push, point it at things and it'll tell you how hot it is. So I pointed at the upper radiator hose and it was reading about 80 degrees. So meaning the thermostat was not open, and I took the radiator cap off and it was pressurized, which is not the best sign. That either means one of two things. One, there's not enough coolant. Could be that this Coronet's been stored outside for a little while. It's possible that all the water in the coolant evaporated. Entirely possible. The other part is that if you're getting pressure in the radiator system before the thermostat opens, it could be the head gasket. Don't forget to disconnect the battery. Oh yeah. So yeah, if it's the head gasket, we got one. Yeah, if it's a head gasket, we're gonna need to pull that motor. Thank you, Tessa, by the way. Yeah, XJ head. Yeah, I mean blow by, pressurized coolant system before the thermostat opens. Yeah. I've never had that motor apart, Doom. No, I bought the Coronet in 2013, and you guys didn't really see anything of it until probably about 2017. I had it stored not at my parents' house, and then I brought it to my parents' house, so I started working on it there. The problem is, Doom, is that my knowledge of cars and how old cars work and just cars in general in 2017 is nowhere near what it is in 2025. I know a lot more about cars, and there's a lot of things I didn't do that I should have done when I bought the Coronet first. Like timing an engine. I didn't know how to do that in 2017. I mean, I had an idea on how to do it. I never did it. I didn't know how to tune a carburetor. Didn't know what a Pertronics ignition is, verifying, power at coil, etc., etc. I was telling Ernok, we stand on the shoulders of Derek's. Vice Grip taught me a lot, dude. I learned a lot from that guy. Like I said, it's nowhere near what I know now. So it's not a lot that I know. I have to basically treat this like I just bought it because there's so much stuff that I just didn't bother looking at. Is the frame good enough to keep? There's no frame, it's a unibody. Is it good enough to keep? Probably not, but we'll fix it. It's repairable. They make plenty of parts for it, dude. I'm not worried. No milkshake on the dipstick. No, Fluffy, interestingly enough, the dipstick has no milkshake. No, there was nothing there. It was just low on oil, like it's burning oil, which means rings. Still doesn't explain why the coolant system had pressurization pre-thermostat opening. The other thing that could be is that there's just no coolant in it, you know. So I'll top the, you know, if we finish up Starliner, if we get this all done after the Kuiper launch in Space News, we can go mess with it if you guys want. This is just priority one, getting the capsule good. Make the list. Repair cost versus worth. Son, I want to be 100% clear. It is absolutely 120% not worth restoring this automobile. It's a 318 car, 904 transmission, 7 1/4 rear end, 4-door B-body Chrysler. There is no cost-benefit analysis here. Any money that I really put into the Coronet, would be towards making sure the parts on that specific car that are valuable stay intact. That's it. There is no reason to restore this car. Like no cost reason. But so here's the thing. I would love to restore a 2-door Coronet instead of a 4-door. Those are the ones that are worth working on. However, 2-door Coronets cost $10,000. Shells of Coronets cost $10,000. This is just the shell of the car, nothing else, just the metal. That costs 10 grand on the used market right now. I paid $1,400 for that car. I'll take 4 doors and less value for $1,400. That's fine. You like it, that has value. Bingo. Spend your time making the truck cherry or get serious about power in something. Spend your time making the truck cherry or get serious about power in something. No, I don't think I will. I want to fix the Coronet because I want a cool old car to drive around that I don't need to worry about people getting up my tailpipe about not being period correct or something. Long story short, this is the easiest way to get into a car that's relatively similar to something like the Dukes of Hazzard and having some fun with it. I don't give a frick if it has 4 doors. Maybe I want that car to have power, dude. Maybe it needs a 440 cubic inch plant. You would let that one go. That's what Doom. Once again, I want to be 100% clear. That absolutely, if we were buying and flipping cars, that is absolutely 120% the right thing to do. With that being said, I like it and I think it's cool and I can make money off of restoring it because it's good content for the stream, so I'm going to do that. If I wasn't streaming and I just had this car, I would probably sell it. What do you think of Starliner? Jebliner's looking pretty good, dudes. We got the service module mostly dialed in. Getting experience has value. Yeah, Andrew. The same type of repairs that a 2-door car would need is the same type of repairs that the 4-door car would need. So I am trading my money, you know, by putting money into this car, I'm trading money for the expertise on how to do it. You think about it like if you went to school for this. You would have an old car that nobody cares about that you learn on. Same idea. All right. That's the idea. We can mess more with the Coronet later. We got a Starliner to make. Gen 3 5.7 Hemis are cheap and affordable. Now you're speaking my language, Doom. Yeah. What I want with the Coronet is not something crazy. A big block would be good, dude. I'd be into that. But what I really want, my expectations for this car, 300 to 400 horse. I want it very streetable because it has 4 doors. It ain't no race car. I want it streetable. 300 to 400 horsepower, pretty decent gas mileage, but still enough to have fun. Something that you tool around in the summer. You know what I mean? And something that you could put car seats into. Don't read too much into that. I'm planning for the future. Have you decided which launch vehicle? No. What year is it? It's a 69 Coronet, Chris. Like I said, if we were just flipping cars, there's no reason to even put any money whatsoever into this car. It's good for parts for a 2-door. I know that for a fact. But I also have things that I need this car for that I think could be cool. A vintage air kit probably would be a good idea, Fluffy, which is kind of the reason why I want something more powerful. So, because that 318 powering an air compressor, AC compressor might be a little. Too late, you said it. Who's gonna do flying in flame trench? You or Das? Das is. Okay, here's how far we got. I really don't like that it does that during SM Jets. Alright. Sure, all systems. If you're planning for the future, you should at least be realistic. 2 words, son. Minivan. I would rather ride a bicycle than drive around in a minivan. With, like, the car seat on the back. Yeah. Yeah, no. Absolutely not, caveman. I would, yeah, rather punch myself in the scrotum. Mudasar. Retrieved ad time. Alright. What, we didn't go off the rails enough? Now we gotta do it with ad time? Alright. You rolled 19. I rolled 20! Ha 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 ha! Yeah! Nat 20, son. No ads for you. Boom. Okay, so the problems that we were facing last time with the Starliner capsule, we're building, let me bring everybody up to speed. We are building a high fidelity Starliner capsule because I bet Das that he couldn't get this thing to dock to a space station with the thrusters that it lost, the thrusters on it deactivated, on it that the real one had deactivate during docking operations. For the people that don't know, the Starliner capsule on the CFT-1 mission experienced a phenomenon during rendezvous proximity operations and docking to the ISS called 6-DOF lock. 6 degrees of freedom, loss of control. What was going on is the thrusters on this were getting too hot, and because of that, instead of having damage done to the thrusters, the computer shut them off. The computer started shutting down thrusters, and it started shutting down thrusters to the point where you could not maintain attitude control with the capsule anymore. Rendezvous proximity operations, docking to a space station, is a very RCS intense task. That's very important to understand. It is a very intense task. It's something that is very, it's involved with your thrusters, and you need 6 degrees of freedom. You need to be able to go forward, back, left, right, up, down, yaw, pitch, and roll. If you can't maintain all 6 axes of control, docking to the station becomes insanely hard. Das and I had a conversation last Flame Trench. All right, that's John Galloway over at NASA Spaceflight. We had a conversation on the last Flame Trench on Fridays. That was last Friday, saying that if you gave me a high-fidelity Starliner capsule, right? You gave me a high-fidelity Starliner capsule and you put it near a space station in Kerbal and you disabled the thrusters that it actually disabled, I could get it to the space station. So I said, all right, I'll take that bet. So what we've been doing over the last 2 days in KSP is building a very high fidelity, at least for Kerbal's sake, replica of Starliner, which is what you see here. I call it Jebliner. Yeah, there you go, Yum Food. No minivans. They didn't all systems. We're going to have to go look at the footage. How does real Starliner not end up landing on top of its jettisoned heat shield? It jettisons it at a much higher altitude, Flykin, than what we'd be experiencing during pad abort. So, we put together this capsule yesterday, and we got a lot of it done. It looks pretty dang good. It's not the best looking Starliner, right? Like that we could make, but this is good enough for demonstration purposes. The problem that we are running into is our center of mass is no good. My capsule is actually too heavy, and believe it or not, my service module is not heavy enough. Estates are the way to go to like the CTSV wagon. Or a mid-sized car from the 60s, bro. Those got plenty of space in them. More space than a minivan. See what I'm doing? There's a method to my madness, Doom, okay? Let me put it to you like that. I gotta move these slightly back. They are actually clipping with the heat shield. We'll move them 10 centimeters back. I was wondering, my heat shield separation was no good there. It freaked out a little bit. Now it won't freak out. Okay, so the other thing is that this capsule, when it lands, the fuel tanks explode. The capsule fuel tanks explode when it hits the ground. So we got to move these just one tick forward, and that should help us. We don't have any airbags in Kerbal like the real one, but there you go. Your command module problem. I tried asking yesterday. KSP assumes a weight model for the module with you adding the high fidelity detail. How are you accounting for the mass differences based off of KSP's assumed masses for parts? Yeah, there's a reason why I didn't answer it yesterday. Figure it out. There's a reason why I built the capsule, the service module out of like 2 fairing plates and a bunch of fuel tanks. The fuel tank placement on the service module is completely unrealistic to where it actually is on the real one. But that's because the masses are different, you know. Kerbal has different ideas about what weighs what. Like batteries don't weigh anything in KSP, when in real life they're one of the heaviest components. Which is why, Ninjaneer, where the batteries go on Starliner, I did put a battery down there, but I also put an ore tank down there. For very good reason. It's because the RCS blocks are made out of ladders. 95? So now, once again, the other thing is that we have to build some structure into this. What I was thinking we could do... And so if you look, my center of mass needs to be aligned with these thrusters here. See that? Which means we need a lot of dry mass into the back of this capsule. The capsule's actually too... We need to introduce more weight into the service module. Now, to give you a good understanding of how much weight we need, here's an ore tank, right? Ore tanks are used for resource... for ore extraction on other planets. You can use it to make fuel for ISRU. That is where I need the center of mass to be. Those are the panels I suggested yesterday for the doghouses, the SP panels. Okay. We got a ULA launch, Kevin. Yep. Guys, if I can get the Starliner service module dialed in before the Project Kuiper launch, we'll basically be good to go. We have to give DAS a scenario for this thing, which means I don't... Nova, you asked about the launch vehicle. At least I think that was Nova. I don't know what I'll put on this thing, dude. I might just send it right up into space and just do the scenario. But yeah, we gotta figure out... I might need to redesign the service module a little bit. I might need to redesign it because it needs to be heavier. But yeah, that's where the center of mass needs to be. These cylindrified monoprop tanks have a higher dry mass. They're 30 kilograms by themselves. So what we need to do, I'm going to get rid of using the small tanks, guys. And what we can do is go in here with these large tanks, right? So before, I had 12 of these tanks flying. We had 6 and 6, right? Which gives me... 240 mono propellant, right? And basically about an extra 100 and... No, it's 20 kilos times 12. Yeah, an extra 2.4 tons. Cool. If we put 6 of these tanks here, which we really honestly and truly cannot fit, but once again, engineer, this is where we have to start doing a little bit of trickery on our part. Is Jeb your favorite Kerbal? Yep. Do you plan on attempting it as well? Well, we got to figure out what thrusters to mess with, Anesthesis, so yeah, I'm probably gonna have to. Once again, there is some tank clipping there, but that's okay. It's fine. Removing the heat shield would later reduce mass. Of course it would reduce mass, but it would move my center of mass slightly biased in the wrong direction. 240 kilos, yes, Limbo, sorry. It's the exhaust fumes from starting the car. It's not, but it was a joke. 6 degrees of freedom, loss of control. Supersonic. I disabled fuel crossfeed. I disabled fuel crossfeed on the capsule tanks. Yes. Yeah. Honestly, we should just shut these tanks out because sometimes RCS can pull from them. And I think we can do away with that ore tank down there. I think we're plenty biased on one side with this. Do you know if KSA will give you the option to define the density of weight? Scott, they said that there was a part editor in that game, so I would assume, yeah, probably. Does Das know you're doing this? It was his idea. We have a special flame trench on Thursday. Seriously, we got a flame trench on Thursday. Model looks amazing, and knowing your skills, you'll get it. I'm currently dealing with a slightly more disturbing issue, namely that a code I'm writing is telling me that the moon is on a hyperbolic trajectory, so full lurking. Yeah, Lava, you should probably sort that out. What I'm messing with here is seeing if we can add some quote-unquote structure to the fairings, right, for our service module to get that center of mass bias back. I think I built my service module is built out of fairings, so it ended up being way too light. I didn't get my approximation correct. And how much does that add in? We have... that's 240 kilos extra. And that did move our center of mass backwards a little bit, but... No. How the heck does this thing freaking fly? I mean, once again, my capsule is just too heavy. I usually don't like just anchoring stuff down with parts like this, dudes, but Yeah, this is more about getting the simulation right. Jeez, that wasn't even enough. Can you make the window eject during landing? What? Why? Wait, I'm confused. Why are we doing that? How much do solar panels weigh in this game? Solar panels have extremely low mass, 5 kilos. I don't have the Firefly mod supersonic now. All right, let's I buried 4 extra ore tanks in here, and once again, guys, I want to really make that clear. I don't design vehicles by just weighing down one side. You gotta, you know, but usually I'm not trying to build like a high fidelity replica. I mean, yeah, we can get away with it with the shuttle, not so much with this. I just don't know what made this damn thing so freaking heavy. Fuel in the capsule? No. Are there heavy science parts? Nah, nothing that's gonna fit. You know what? Let's do another flight test. I want to see how this thing works with the changes that I just made. Removing a blader won't change anything in terms of center of mass shift 95. With that being said, I could probably remove like 90% of it to make the overall mass of the capsule better, but is it the pressure vessel fairing that you made? I mean, yeah, that's affecting it to an extent, Ordon. Yeah, for sure. All right, ready? worse. I don't know how putting an empty ore tank there made this thing work better, but the heat shield's supposed to explode. I gotta redesign the service module. Happy to see nothing has changed. Landing is well and fine, but what about the docking sim? Should you not test that? I want to follow Starliner's testing regime as good as I can for 2 days, you know what I mean? I want to see if adding more sides to the service module fairings fix this problem. I think they will. That was an interesting observation. Coffee break? I might need some coffee, dude. Off topic, two-parter. You don't work for the press, do you? Talking about orbital mechanics a few days ago, you were talking about plane changes, and I think you said something that is slightly wrong. You may have said it to simplify things, though. So when you make a pure plane change, you never actually burn strain normal, because that would increase or decrease your velocity because vectors, hence change A and E. So you must burn slightly prograde retrograde depending on whether you increase, decrease inclination, and whether you are on the ascending or descending node. This can also be seen in KSP, which is cool. Yeah, no, Lava, I know. I know. Yeah, no, that I was simplifying. The reason why is because if you're teaching somebody that doesn't know about the 6 degrees of freedom in space pertaining to orbital mechanics, if you can't establish directions, how can you establish that they're burning halfway between normal and prograde or anti-normal and retrograde? If I just started off with that, that would make no sense. People would be like, yeah. Explain it basics first. This frickin' thing, dude. That heat shield pops in a different way every freaking time. Why is it doing that? Why is it doing it? Why is it doing it? The heat shield is susceptible to aerodynamic. Oh. I know what's going on. Hold on.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
There we go. The heat shield's wobbling around because it's on those docking ports. If we strut it up, it should be fine. Alright, let's see what she does now. Too many sides. What do you mean, Crawdad? Alright, let's see if it separates clean now. How about now? How about now? Actually, I'm going to put on a pot of coffee. We gotta get the coffee going when we play Kerbal.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
You know, I was sitting out there making coffee, and I mean to talk about cars again, guys. Well, we gotta test the spacecraft. I was sitting out there, I was looking at the damn car, and I'm like, you know what? You know what that thing needs? It needs like a, you know, I think Hellcat Chargers are really cool. It'd be really nice to find like a 6.4 Hemi from a wrecked, like, basically find a wrecked Hellcat, buy it, and, you know. That thing could do real good with like an SRT8 motor or something, 6.4 Hemi, 6.4 supercharged. Maybe not a Hellcat engine. It doesn't need 700 horse. That would be kind of cool, but you know. And then, you know, Hellcat Charger has 4 doors, so why don't we make a Hellcat Coronet? We should do that. That would be good because it would be paying homage. Paying homage. All right, test it. Come on, separator. Ready? Clean. Pretty clean. The struts definitely helped. Are you dodging the motor? What did I miss? I don't know what that means, but all right. Some sort of support happened while you were gone on the Twitch side. Yeah, Nova Raptor gifted a sub to I Spilt My Coffee. No, Pogo, this was just me thinking about stuff. I'm not ditching the motor, no. I'd say we'll come up with a plan for that later. And I'm good at planning things, chat. We'll come up with a plan. El plan. Alright, where's our center of mass right now? That's actually pretty dang close. See, Starliner has translation thrusters right here. See that? See what I'm talking about? Those translation thrusters need to be lined up with my center of mass. And ideally, our fuel tanks need to be on that line too, because as we drain fuel, we don't want the center of mass to change, because that'll change the maneuverability of the capsule in space. We don't want to do that. Where are the airbags in the tiny solid rocket motor for landing? I'm trying to take mass out of the capsule havocs, and I have 2 days to engineer this. That's where they are. They're in the square hole, man. Because the FCC won't let me be, or let me be me, because without me, they try to shut me down on MTV. Yeah. Dude, I was doing it too. I'm not even kidding. Pinky rings. What the, dude, that guy would have a pinky ring. You would have a pinky ring. Like, just, of course you have that. Why wouldn't you? Like, it's just, like, bruh. Bleh. ULA says launch is on schedule for 7 p.m. You know of a lady with the FCC who can help you with that. Yeah, right. Something like that, Hillness. Yeah. Don't let's not, bro. Hold on. Almost there. Dude, that actually might be good enough. What we could do is just move our translation thrusters just slightly forward. That gets us pretty damn close. I don't mind moving the thrusters slightly. They were kind of arbitrarily placed. And if they're not in the exact same positions that their real-life counterparts are, it's okay. As long as this thing handles the same, it's fine. Alright. The factory in Yakograd could not make them in time. As a result, those workers are now facing the wall. Sure. Okay. I want to get this thing to a little bit higher altitude for our abort tests. Yeah, good enough. So we're going to give it a little bit more of a kick here. Okay? Get this thing higher up in the air, and then we fly. How's Booster 15 doing? Okay, I didn't ask Adblock. Jeez. Did Booster 15? It's moving into the high bay right now, huh? Okay, send it. Frickin' thing. The service module's junk. I don't like it. It's not... It might be good enough for our simulations, but... It's part of the service module, Pop. Yeah. Hydrate. Okay. Alright. What explodes after the service module separation? The service module fairings are colliding with the heat shield. Yeah, that's what's going on. Do you see this, hold on. This fairing. It's colliding with the... Huh. I was gonna say, it could be the thrusters, but there should be no collision there. Alright, hold on. Once again, I think that if we add more edges to this fairing, it'll give the heat shield a little bit of a better place to, Oh, you frickin' frickberry. I didn't click on that. Maybe in 0G it won't explode. Aeroforce is working against it right now. That's not what I'm... never mind. Yeah, you're probably right, dude. That's not really what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make it... I want to make it abort like the regular Starliner. That has to do with making it fly like the regular Starliner, right? It has to handle the same. And that even means every facet of it has to handle right. Because if we can make it abort correctly, that'll definitely help us make it fly better.
Space. I'm in
Space
space.
Pope gifted 10 subs. Thank you. Thanks, man. Bless this trench. Okay. 6 edges. Let's try that. I want to see if that changes anything. Also, this SRB needs more SRB. Good enough.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Let's go. Hey, zombie, 5-month resub. My bad, I didn't understand the assignment. No, it's all good. I am getting pissy at this service module because it was separating good yesterday, and now that I added the components that we needed, it's not separating good anymore, so I'm in a conundrum. Do we redesign the service module, or do I keep shuffling around components for this stupid problem to happen again? My gut's telling me if we didn't have 2 days that it should be redesigned, because this is caca. We don't have the time for that, which, like, that's why I'm getting frustrated from it, Havix. I'm like, oh, you mother. Oh, I can design this so much better. Whatever. Looks cool, though. There's no way this is separating correctly. Yeah, I know, Flecken, I know what's getting caught. Wait a minute, did I not put that thing in Fort... Oh, you've got to be kidding me. That strut was supposed to be in time symmetry. Well, that probably actually explains a lot there, boy. This is what happens. This is why this right there is why spacecraft engineering takes time. It's that in a nutshell. Yeah. I'm going too quickly. And boom goes the dynamite. No good.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Sethron. Oh, no way. The SM's still attached in a pad abort scenario. Oh, no. No wonder this isn't working right. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing what they're doing. That's kind of important. Realized I hadn't said, hey, what's up, Mike? So how the heck do we... Okay, so what we got to figure out... Okay, all right. Weight, Milo. The panels are there for added weight because my service module was too light. Are you gonna include the issues that Starliner had too? Yes. When we get to that point, I gotta make the capsule before I can figure out what thrusters to disable to get it to fly as poorly as it did. All right, so here's what I'm thinking. Only certain RCS is activated. My problem is that the monopropellant engines, when we go to ignite them, they drain all my tanks. So I basically have no attitude control to prepare us for separation, right? We got nothing. So first of all, we can separate the nose cone on its separate group. That's fine. But when we go to service module jettison here, right? We got to pilot the drogue chutes first. But in order to do that, I got to get the capsule facing engine section towards prograde velocity, which means it needs to do a 180-degree flip. The problem is I have no RCS on board if that's the case. There is the fuel tanks inside of here, but do I have any space in this thing at all? What I'm going to do is that I'm going to install a set of tanks here. And I'm going to have those tanks shut out. You know what? It doesn't even need to be that much. But then again, we do have the mass things. Yeah, you know what? I'll just leave them. We'll leave them shut. For our next pad abort, because you can't enable a tank with an action group, right? You can't do that. I'll have them open as action windows, right? And that'll give us RCS power. There we go. All right. All right. Let me try something. Das owes me a case of beer for all this work. Guys, what day is it? Wednesday? Yeah, good point. Let's get a beer. Tasty. It is Wednesday, my dude. Chat. Hold my beer. Oops. Didn't do that right. Okay, I want my beer back. You didn't hold it good enough. Montucky cold snack. Got a cold snack right here. Okay. I didn't do it right, but that's okay. We're from your neck of the woods, right? Right. You're from Ireland, right? Because man, I got me a nice Guinness here. Oh, tell you what, I love this stuff. I'm freaking addicted to it. But the weird thing is that not Irish, not at all. Not Irish at all. Love Guinness. I chalked that one up to Boston. All right, cool. Hold my beer again. This time, do it right. Where's the fuel tank? Oh, the pressure vessel's still good. But yeah, we're not getting high enough up to do this sequence correctly. Yeah, Irish adjacent. Yeah, so are you, passing. Because you're closer to them than I... Yeah, alright, cool. Physically, yeah. Okay, cool. All right. Let's just move to getting this thing working in space, shall we? I know, Sunchill. Believe me. I know, man. Stupid. Why does it explode when separating? I didn't engineer it good enough, that's why. Alright, so here, let's go into the debug menu here. Oh look, we're in space. That's cool. Alright, so let's figure out. We don't need the emergency abort roll thrusters. Okay. Let's go here. So we need OMAC controls, right? So shut off the OMAC. All right. We don't need the capsule thrusters enabled right now. Those are for entry, descent, and landing. Alright, let's see how she handles. We don't need that. We're not going to need the arrow UI either. No. Actually, you know what? Arrow UI is... Yeah, we do, because we got to pick up rates. Okay. We have to work on all the thruster toggles to make sure the thrusters are firing when being commanded correctly. But let's see. Forward control works. Aft control works. Do I have anything up here in this save? Let me go into map view. Anything up here we can get near? No, nothing. Okay. Awesome to see you play Kerbal again. Thanks, man. So, I don't have SAS on, guys.
Discovery,
The
go at
reason why
throttle.
I was so insistent about getting the center of mass correct and doing that all right is because when we go to do translation, so check this out. Our center of mass is pretty much lined up with our translation thrusters. Look over here. If you look at our pitch rate, okay? Let's just time warp. Zero it out. Okay, so we're at 0. If we translate, see how it barely introduces anything into the pitch rate? The 0.02 degrees a second radian. It's barely making us pitch a little bit. But for the most part, we're translating. See how this doesn't affect your rates at all? Same with yaw. If we do not yaw, translate. Right? If we do that, our heading doesn't change. See? No rates are introduced. This is the rate that the capsule is moving. If you have a pitch rate, if you have a positive pitch rate, it means you're moving up. The higher that number is, the faster you're moving up. Okay? Capsules in spacecraft use rates like this all the time. Rates are measured in degrees a second radian. Now, if we roll, see our roll is increasing our roll rate. If we zap it back, we can, for the most part, zero it out. Perfect. Does the nose get jettisoned? Yes. Do we know what acceleration on the thrusters of the actual Starliner apply? I don't have the time to do that analysis, JSpeed. I have to hope that this is good enough. Good. Nice, Mike. Good. Excellent. I have no idea what the answer to that question is, Sea Kraken. Let's, just for fun, Okay. Realign for deorbit burn. OMAC thrusters. Engaged. Actually, don't engage them until we're at the proper heading alignment. Okay, we're deorbiting. We're probably gonna fall short here, but activating capsule monopropellant systems. Stand by for surface module separation. Where's that phantom force coming from? Oh, arrow. Okay, here we go. Uh-huh. Service module needs to be redesigned. Unacceptable. It's good enough for the scenario, guys, but that can't happen. Is that pulse width modulation I hear? Yep. Is the cal controller in the heat shield? Yeah, it is. Okay, so from that shakedown cruise right there, I learned a lot. Flight data is king. Okay, so we have to do axis toggles. So this thruster right here will just start at the top. That one right there is for abort roll contingencies. So that thruster should just be shut off unless there is an abort. Same with that one. So shut them off. But if there is an abort, it'll be, those are used for roll control. Pull the service module a tiny bit away from the heat shield, like a millimeter away, could help. Yeah. Or just don't bury a cal controller in it. Okay. So these thrusters should be disabled out of the box. These are entry, descent, and landing thrusters, or EDL thrusters. Those should be disabled out of the box. The monoprop fuel tank should be locked out. Okay, cool. Now, OMAC thrusters. I'll set OMAC control to AG5. So the orbital, those are your like course correction, course adjustment correction. Okay, cool. The orbiter maneuvering and control thrusters are used for prograde and retrograde only. So that means we got to set actuation toggles to forward and back, and that's it. Last, no. Nope. Give me a second. Let me finish this so I don't make any more mistakes. OMAC thruster control is bound to AG5. Good. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll say what I'm doing in a second. This has to be dialed right if we want to get this done and tested in one shot. I'm just making the thrusters work with the cow controller correctly. Hey, Bree. What is that?
Chicken, fajita chicken with rice and beans.
Fajita chicken with rice and beans?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
No problem.
Love you.
I love you too. Mwah.
Nice. What'd you put on? Is this sour cream?
Yeah.
Cool.
You don't mind sour cream, right?
No, it's fine. We're good. Thank you. I love you.
I love you too. It's
Chat.
spicy, so you needed the sour cream no matter what way you cut it.
Okay. Yummy. I'll eat that in a second. Pulse with modulator. Watch, Archie. So, the OMAC thrusters, if I hit AG5, watch. It didn't do it exactly how I wanted, but... Yeah. That's okay. It didn't do exactly what I wanted it to do. I wanted it to alternate, but I can get that to work. Nah, that's not going to do what I want either. Just get rid of it. So OMAC toggle is working. I wanted to see if we could pulse with it, but it didn't do what I want. We could probably dial it in, but once again, I don't have the time. All right. All right, so now let's set axis here. Is NSF Flame Trench on Friday? There's 2 flame trenches, Suncor. Yeah, you get 2 flame trenches this week. One on Thursday, which is the Starliner stuff, and then the regular flame trench on Friday. Hang on, I want to try this chicken. Give me 1 second. I want to try this chicken. Pretty good. Now watch this bite. So 9 is capsule RCS. Cool. Poor chicken, no! Quiet bird. Have time to check last. Yeah, what's up? Why did Boeing decide for Starliner to carry around its launch escape system for the entire flight? I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. So does Dragon. The reason why Dragon carries an integrated launch escape system, Coltec, is because it takes it home. It brings your LES back. Your LES is reusable. Even if it fires, it's still reusable. Sea Kraken has an interesting point. I'm wondering why. But that's okay. So these thrusters are used for yaw and fore aft, right? Same with these. Yaw, fore aft.
Rocket launch with hope so grand. EJ's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune.
Now that means these ones over here are doing the same thing. Okay. Now this one, these ones up here, that is pitch and fore aft control as well. Optimizing your RCS to control certain axis of control only will actually make this thing use less RCS if you have like a heading lock on. It won't just start pulsing every single freaking thruster. Working on the actuation toggles is very, very, very important. That'll, for like just building spacecraft in Kerbal, it's very, very useful. So this would be pitch and fore aft as well. Okay, good. All right, so I've been just double checking. EJ is going to be constrained. DAS is going to be constrained to the same mission parameters as Starliner. Yep. Mm-hmm. Okay, so this thruster, that one would be port starboard, and that's it because it's a translation thruster. Same with this one. Now that one down there also is just a translation thruster. So, but that would be dorsal ventral. So that's up and down. I don't know, Ewok. All right, so what thrusters do we have left? These left-right thrusters. So this one right here is used for port starboard, but that's also used for roll control as well. That one right there is used dorsal ventral, but also used for roll control. This one right here is used for dorsal ventral and roll. Okay. This guy right here, that's port starboard and roll. That one's port starboard and roll as well. This guy over here, this one is dorsal ventral and roll. And then that one is dorsal ventral and roll. There we go. Save. Okay. All right. All of our thrusters are configured. AG9 is turning on the capsule thrusters. AG5 is turning on OMAC thrusters. You know what? I'm going to make another individual action group that shuts off your fine control thrusters just in case. I don't know when the need would exactly arise for that. But I'm going to build in that capability because we're here and we might as well. Guys, if it's one thing I'm noticing about Starliner's design, just on a side note, while I'm really messing with this, the control system algorithms in this thing must be absolutely insane. This is a lot of thrusters to control. Not saying that like, oh, well, that's the reason why it has problems. No, this is just a complicated control algorithm because you're constantly shutting off and turning on different RCS. Like you have fine control, you have big control, small control, and that does make the capsule, that will make the capsule like superbly maneuverable, just as Barry Wilmore described. But also, you are trading, it's a trade-off. It is super maneuverable, and that's great, but it's also a complicated control system. It's a more complicated system. Now, like, I'm not saying that this, SpaceX is gospel here, right? But SpaceX has Dracos. The Dracos are used through all phases of the mission. They have one type of thruster. And they could just shut them off and turn them back on and cluster. Like, there's a lot less going on a Dragon capsule. Like, this is an extremely complicated system for what this is, to be honest with you. Almost to the point where I'm like, dude, you should not be discarding this service module every flight, but Boeing decided to add an extra bit of safety by technically using the LES to deorbit and or to get it up to its final insertion if the rocket doesn't have enough translate delta V. Oh. Like, guys, you know where my mind's going? We know good and well that Boeing didn't do enough research into this thing. Like, because they're overheating thrusters. Why are they overheating thrusters? Because they have so many of them right next to each other. You see that? There's just a lot going on here. Right? And, well, once again, I don't think this is necessarily a bad design. I don't think Starliner's a bad capsule. I'm just, like, there's a whole lot going on here to do the same exact thing that Dragon does with, like, I mean, look at all these damn thrusters. They're everywhere. There's a whole lot going on here to do the same thing that Dragon does with, like, maybe 14 thrusters. This thing has, like, 30 different thrusters on the dang thing. Well, look at all these little things. So busy now. Like, that's a lot. There's a lot going on here, man. Anyway, let's see if it separates. Let's just check it again. We'll see if it separates without the cal controller, the aborter clock being locked into the heat shield. I think Dragon has 14 Draco thrusters on it, Drummer, and that's it. This thing has like 40? Like, there's just a lot going on. And where my mind is going is like, that's not a bad thing, dude. Yeah, okay, you have more thrusters. Yeah, you have a lot more complicated vehicle. Dude. And once again, I might be saying this with the benefit of hindsight, but if it was me and we engineered this service module, holy crap. There's a lot of stuff to be tested to get this thing to work right, you know? Like, I miss Rebel Galaxy, but, all right. Black Eagle, it's absurd. I miss Rebel Galaxy. You miss listening to Rebel Galaxy soundtracks. Yeah, that sucks, dude, but, you know, I can't listen to, like, one single song without somebody deciding that they should take all my money. Public, so I'm sorry you feel that way. I don't know what else to tell you. Like I know, dude. Yeah, me too. That sucks. Like, I don't know what you... Thank you, Space Pope. Space Pope has messaged me to certify that I have poured a beautiful pint of Guinness. I haven't poured it, but yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. And I appreciate ya. All right, let's try going back to the 2-segment service module design. This damn thing. My separation mechanism is not good enough. You know what? Let's get rid of that and see what that does. When you play Cities, is the radio on that cause the DMCA too? Depends on what you listen to, Peter. Yeah, an interesting abort procedure. Come on. Let me just make sure. Let me make sure. The struts. I made it too strong. The heat shield has to be able to have some end play to get out to liberate itself from the fairing there. Let's see. Let's just make sure it wasn't a fluke. Do the test again. See what I mean? See all this testing that we're doing? Now keep in mind, like, it's Kerbal. I get it. It's KSP. But you see how much testing we're doing just to make sure we get this right? Like, Boeing didn't do a lot of flight tests. They did a lot of ground testing. And you know what, dudes? Like, I don't mean to be a jerk. And once again, I'm only critical of Starliner because I want it to succeed. It shows. Yeah, it shows that you didn't. Like, yeah, we're not getting high enough up, so we can't jettison the heat shield because the capsule's doing this. If it's moving around, it's no good. You're supposed to test like you fly, which means in Boeing's case almost never. Yeah. I need to get this thing a little bit higher up off the ground. And in order to do that, we're going to need more service module propulsion. Oh boy. Yeah, Rarest, we might need to get a little more power out of those O10s. How many reverts before a restart is in order? A lot. You can do a lot. I don't have a number on it. Remember Star Wars? Oh, I remember! I remember! The capsule jiggling around like that is no good. I mean, such is the case in real life, guys. The capsule has to be straight when it separates, or else you could run into exactly the problem that I'm running into. What do those tanks do to the center of gravity? They probably move it backwards a little bit, Fluffy, but we have way more margin. See, if we're like swinging sideways, we're going to go to separate and the heat shield's going to hit one of my thruster blocks. It'll try to weasel its way through the fairing and collide with that, which is, I guarantee you, that's what's going on. Maybe can't see me. Are you going to add the grid thing around the service mod? Where's the grid thing? Where'd the grid thing go? Oh no. I must have loaded the wrong file and saved it incorrectly. No, I didn't mean to. It must have been when I hit the wrong thing, guys. I separated the service module by accident, and I was like, oh, Control Z. People are like, Control Z. I'm like, you can't do undo in this game. And then I reloaded it, and it must have been then. Yeah, it's gone. It's weird. Have I ever played Resize? No. Hey guys, I'm gonna eat. I need to get some fuel in the tank, dudes. Haven't eaten anything today. I'm gonna eat real quick, and yeah, I'll woof this real fast and just walk around in the garage. And we only have an hour and a half until the Kuiper launch, and then I said I would play Summer Car after that, but we might need to punch into Summer Car's budget a little bit. Creeper, we're gonna do space news after, like, during the Project Kuiper launch, guys. Dude, I only have 2 days to get this. I gotta get it. It has to be done by the end of this stream. It has to be ready. I'm not streaming tomorrow, guys, except for the Flame Trench thing because I have some prior obligations to do. So it's gonna be an only space news day tomorrow. So I don't really have a lot of time to dial this in. All right. Hey, Ian, what's going on? All right, let me woof this. I'll be right back 1 second. And then I've been changing the service module too quickly. So, all right, here. I'll be right back 1 second. I'm gonna woof this.
Finance clean with a gleam, making cities from a stream. Sweat and grit is how it seems, living out his wildest dreams. He is on in Bakalaka, Dagestan. We're building oil towers like a man with EJ at the helm, it's all in hand. In Bakalaka, Dagestan, we stand. Night and day, the grind won't stop. Concrete rising to the top. Mighty power in a drop. EJ hitting jackpot non-stop, streaming live. His empire grows in every borough, every close. From dusty plains to finance shows, EJ's name everyone knows. He is on in Bakalaka, Dagestan. We're building oil towers like a man with EJ at the helm, it's all in hand. In Bakalaka, Dagestan, we stand. Night and day, the grind won't stop. Concrete rising to the top. Mighty power in a drop.
EJ hitting jackpot non-stop, streaming live, his empire grows in every borough, every close, from dusty plains to finance shows. EJ's name everyone knows. Heat is on in Barkalaka, Dakistan. We're building oil towers like a man, with EJ at the helm, it's all in hand. In Bakalaka, Dakistan, we stand. We stand. EJ in a digital land, building up a Dakistan, clicking through the endless sand with oil in his hand. Heat is on the desert glow, workers working fast and slow, resources running to and fro. EJ's got a show. Refinance king, making things right in the game, day and night, streaming on his epic plans, Bakalaka, Dakistan. City grows, machinery hums, desert winds and beating drums. EJ's empire never slums, he's chasing all the songs. Oil rigs in the midday sun, every task getting done. High scores in the battles won, EJ's having fun. Sand and oil mixing free in the game's economy. EJ rules with strategy, building this dynasty. City grows, machinery hums, desert winds and beating drums. EJ's empire never slums, he's chasing all the suns. Oil rigs in the midday sun, every task getting done. High scores in the battles won, EJ's having fun. Sand and oil mixing free in the game's economy. EJ rules with strategy, building this dynasty.
EJ streaming late at night, building up with all his might. He's on under desert light, Bakalaka, Dakistan in sight. Sand beneath construction signs, workers forging oil refines. Sweat and gears a perfect rhyme, it's his world, he's on a climb. Mogul now with steady hands, from the sand his fame expands. EJ's dreaming foreign sands.
Okay, we got some fuel in the tank. Let's roll. All right. Oh, when I switched the fairing to 4 sections instead of 2. Oh, that's when it did it, Archie. Cool. Now wait, what happens if we switched it back? Do they come back? No. No, they don't. Will Booster 14 be caught again if it flies? I don't know. I don't think so, dude. All right. Well, I will reintroduce the I'll reintroduce the fins here in a moment. Their AI. Okay, let's go to up. Let's go over here. Actually, we listen to that song too much. Where's Chili? Chili. There we go. There we go. Now we're talking. Alright, what have I crammed inside of this thing? We have 12 RCS tanks for the launch escape system. I got solar panels, I got some batteries in there, and then the CAL controller. That's what we got. I'm thinking. Of course, Pi. I'm just having some trouble during separation here, dude. I gotta put the fins back on, so... Alright. Give me 1 second, guys. I just don't want to... I'm not talking because I just want to make sure I don't make another mistake. That sucks so hard, dude. You guys, can I, music's being a little distracting. You guys mind if we just Starbase Live it up in the background or something? Cool. Thank you. All right, so how I made the fins last time was I just moved the flags up like that initially, so I do believe I did them in 6 times symmetry last time, but we don't need to. It's the same amount no matter what type of symmetry you do. What the hell's VSR 3 mean? Why did it switch to 6? Hi, I'm EJ. I like making more work for myself. Oh, that's good. Now, Long March 5. You're making it on time. I don't know. I'll get back to you. Okay. Now, what are the fins for? So Starliner has basically these cheese grater fins built onto one side of it on the service module. Ours. See those things right there? So those are there, guys. It's a hard reason to explain. But it actually is a pretty trick piece of engineering. Okay. Let me explain. I'll explain it in paint. Say you have your capsule, right? I don't know the proper terminology here, right? You have your capsule like this, right? And you have air coming at you at, I don't know, let's just say 760, yeah, that's T68, 768 miles per hour. Let's just say you're getting transonic speeds, right? The air is going to go off the capsule like this, right? You're going to get laminar flow coming at you, right? The air is going to move, and then it's going to go sideways. Now, your fin is right here. and right here, and it goes around the horn. There's your dog houses, etc., etc. What we're really focusing on here is this right here. So at this point on the side of the capsule, you're getting what's called flow separation. It happens. So but the angle at which that actually shoots off, right? The angle that air keeps going, the air will go around like this, right? The angle at which that air will like try to come around and try to fill in this gap right here is very important for how Atlas N22 flies. If we look at what Starliner launches on, the Atlas V N22 variant, right? So look at it. That's a Lego. Look at it. It's a very strange looking rocket. So you have an Atlas V core stage with 2 solid rocket boosters on the sides. And then you have a conic interstage adapter, Atlas V 400 series conic interstage adapter, and then a Centaur 3. So, where that aerodynamic wake goes is actually super important, okay? It's very, very important. The reason why is you never want that aerodynamic wake to go down here. Why? Because if the air turns, the air is going to turn, right? If you have the air turning down and getting into this area here, it's going to shoot off the conic interstage adapter, right? It's going to shoot off there, and then it's going to shoot it back out again. So your air, like going around the rocket, will do this kind of hourglass thing where it shoots off the capsule, and then it goes that way. That's going to move your center of pressure really far forward on the vehicle. That's really bad. It's bad for the same reasons why putting fins up at the top of your rocket is bad. Like if you think about like a prototypical rocket, you have fins at the bottom for stabilization. Fins at the top destabilize things, right? So you don't really want the air to bounce off the capsule and then come back down. Now, okay, so how does Starliner get around that problem? Well, the boosters are helping, but this cheese grater thing going on here actually control. Okay, so this is where this gets very weird. It controls the angle of the air going off, the wake angle, if you will. Okay, that's not the right terminology. Forgive me. I know I know that's not right. It controls the angle at which this thing shoots off. It controls it in such a way that it basically tricks aerodynamics into basically staying out here. It shoots it off at an angle where it basically will meet up back here, down with the core stage, essentially making this a lot more streamlined. Like it'll basically, it makes the air behave like this area doesn't exist. Like it's just one solid shape, not conic in, up, out, conic in again. Because, yeah, once again, you don't want to move your center of pressure too far forward. It controls the wake angle coming off of Starliner to make it so Starliner flies the exact, its behavior throughout its aerodynamic transient during ascent stays the same no matter what. Yeah, it's really, really trick stuff. It makes it basically, that little guy forces the air out so it doesn't come in here and make the vehicle less aerodynamic, or aerodynamically stable, I should say. Yeah, how does it do that? Well, when the air, like here, there's a zoomed in picture, right? And here's the fin right here. When the air shoots off, right? It's going to want to come back around like this. Basically what that does is spoil the air, and it traps air underneath here. So air just gets stuck right there. And so when air tries to go out and around, right? It tries to go here, there's already air in the way, so it just shoots the air past it. Yeah. It's like, it's kind of it is a spoiler almost. That's the idea. Yeah, very, very useful. Very trick piece of technology, to be 100% honest with you. That's actually super cool. Because that gets this seemingly ridiculous looking rocket actually flying very aerodynamically stable. Yeah, very interesting. There are other things that do stuff like that, that do little aerodynamic trickery. Hold on. Yeah, here you go. Look. This is a Trident missile. It's a it's an SBLM, a submarine launched ballistic missile. Look at the front. It's doing the same exact thing. That little dinner plate up at the very front of the vehicle is actually having the same aerodynamic effect as a pointed nose cone. A pointy nose cone. Believe it or not, the air is stagnating up against that, and what happens is the air shoots out to the sides because it can't push up against this. So air will, because of how air flows, it'll shoot out sideways. I could draw what's going on here too. So you have the front of your Trident, right? And then you have your dinner plate. You get air coming at it, right? And the air basically gets stuck right here. And when it gets stuck, air gets shot off like this. Aerodynamics. It's weird, I know. That basically makes a huge low pressure area in this area here and basically works exactly like a nose cone. It does the same thing. Yeah. Aero is very strange like that. Why did they... Now, I know what people are asking. Why did they do that with the Trident thing? Why did they do that with Trident? Why not just make a nose cone for it? Because it doesn't fit in a submarine, that's why. This is actually deployable. It pops out the front when it launches. Yeah. It's a really trick way of making a much more aerodynamic nose cone without making an aerodynamic nose cone, without changing the size of the vehicle. Air does not like to turn. That's right. Sounds good, but can you make it more pointy? This is actually the most... That is the most pointy you can make it. And believe me, the Trident missile did instill fear into its enemies. How are we supposed to instill fear into our enemies? It's not pointy enough. Is there not a video of a wind tunnel test to show this? Oh, I'm sure there is, Max. Yeah, You know what? Cleater might... Hold on. So, this is a Cleater video where when they're in the wind tunnel. I actually think I've shown you guys this video before. This is when they were testing out Leroy's body, for anybody that wants to know. Oh, he put a plane in there. Of course he put a plane in there. Alright, so check this out. So, this is a paraffin... They burn paraffin to make smoke to show where the air is going over Leroy. So, take a look. Now... Okay, so, see all this? This squiggly air? That's turbulence. Turbulence is air that's upset. As opposed to laminar flow. You see how straight and defined the paraffin smoke is? Before it hits that huge... pipe that goes into the plenum. Like, so see, that's turbulent air. The reason why it's turbulent air is because this shape is not this engine shape is not the most aerodynamic around. All right. So now let me show you when they put the body on the thing. All right, hold on. I got to show you when he puts it out in front. The squiggles are bad. You don't want squiggles. Now watch this drive. Now take a look. This is very interesting. This is very cool information. This is super, super interesting wind tunnel testing. So, now what can you tell me about this? Let me see if I can pause it at the right angle. Look, what can you tell me about this? Look at how defined that is right there. Did you guys notice that the paraffin seems to just go up for no reason? But it's not going up for no reason. There is air that is stuck against the front of Leroy's body here. See that? It's all stuck. And this goes around it. It seems to push the paraffin up and over the hood of the car. See what I'm talking about? Look, it pushes it up and over, and then it goes. Shouldn't this paraffin smoke be touching the body of the car? No, it's not, because air is getting stuck there. Well, it's a stagnant point. That's the right way to say it. But check this out. If you hold it to the back of the car, where the body is, look, right there. See? Or not the back of the car. This is up at the front. Look at the paraffin take the left-hand turn. See what I'm saying right there? Because air is getting stuck right there. It's getting stuck up against the air dam, the splitter. So your air, you have a huge stagnation point here, which does cause drag. But in this particular case, on the car, that air load on the splitter is going to push your front tires into the ground and give you more traction. That is induced like that on purpose. But do you see how the paraffin never touches the front of the car? See what I'm talking about? That's some trickery right there. Starliner is using a phenomenon very similar to that to get Starliner to be aerodynamically the same at 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet, and 30,000 feet. The rocket flies exactly the same aerodynamically. It's the same stability no matter what, because it's stuff like that. Isn't that cool? You see how the air takes just a huge left-hand turn before it even gets near physically touching the body of the car? Check that out. It's turning way before it, like there's stagnant air here. Well, yeah. Atlas does that. That's what that cheese grater is on Starliner. That's what it does. It's there to push the air out and around so air doesn't get in this area right here. And it basically acts like there's a huge cylinder right here. It acts like there's an inner stage, but there isn't. Saves a ton of mass, right? Ton of mass for not a lot of complexity, and gets this thing that seemingly looks ridiculously aerodynamically unstable and makes it very stable. It actually makes it just as stable as any other rocket. It doesn't even have fins on it. Yeah, and no, once again, Cleater, I don't have permission from Cleater to show this, but that's that right there. That's why that cheese grater is there, to make sure the air shoots off at the in a way to intentionally make an area of stagnation to get the rocket to fly the same anywhere. It flies the same, and it flies stable. Now, the interesting thing is, you see, look, turbulent air. See, because the air is pushed out of the way, it gets very turbulent. It gets upset. You don't want that. That's drag visualized right there. See how the air gets squiggly? That's drag. Now, once again, in this particular case, the splitter is helping to push the front tires into the ground to get you more traction. That's why Formula One cars have that big, huge honking mustache of a front wing to get those tires pushing the ground so they can, when they go to turn, right? The car actually turns. Fun fact, with a Formula One car, you actually have to drive faster to get the car to handle better, which is very counterintuitive, right? Because you think, oh, I'm going to slow down. I'm going to be more stable around this corner, right? If you take the corner at a slower speed, it'll be easier to go around the corner. No, with Formula One cars, because of stuff like this, it's actually more stable if you put your foot to the floor. The car will go through the corner, but you have to train your mind to tell you that it's okay to put your foot through the floor going around a corner at like 200 miles an hour. Yeah, it's a really hard thing to tell your brain to be like, yeah, this is good, just send it, like, Isn't that cool? Now, see, when I watched this video, I was a little bit worried here, but now look what happens when he puts it over the turbo. I'm worried that the turbos are going to get a little bit of stagnation, right? Because these are intakes. Those are the intakes for the motor right there. It's a turbine blade. Now look what happens when he takes the paraffin and puts it over that turbo right there. See that? He puts it over the turbo, and the paraffin does not go into the turbo. It goes around the damn turbo. So that means there's stagnant air right in front of your compressor. Your compressor is not getting laminar flow, especially at higher speeds. Yeah, that... I'm wondering if this thing is going to run pig rich when he eventually takes it down the track. But the compressor isn't spinning either. The compressor will cause a vacuum, Kilroy, for sure, but during spool, you're running into... I guess, I'm going to go ahead and guess... Well, he sends it with a two-step, so I don't think it's... Yeah, that'll be okay. But either way, I'm wondering if you could maximize your turbo, all the air going into your turbo with like an intake, a specialized type of intake on the front. Right? Give Leroy some ram air intakes. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Or a ramped intake, like on an F-15. You can get way more air into those turbos. I mean, I hear what you're saying. I don't disagree. I'd like to see with the engine on. Yeah, they're not going to do it with the motor running, but yeah. What about an aero spike? Spiked intake is not necessarily what you're going to... Are they going to race this thing? Yeah, Cletus McFarland, shameless plug for that guy's channel. He's an excellent... he's like a race car driver. He races dragsters and stuff. And him and his boys do really fun things with cars. Kind of like a redneck Top Gear, almost. But see? See the paraffin? See it turn? It turns before it touches the bumper. Aerodynamics is... That's what it does. Anytime you have something, you're running at something... Right? Actually, here, let me tell you. Aerodynamics 101, one of the first things they teach you is about what's called non-dimensional equations, okay? Or a non-dimensional problem to solve. Basically, so you understand that, you know, like, let me give you an example. Coefficient of drag. Coefficient of drag is a non-dimensional formula, meaning that you kind of do the math in an ideal thing, like you do the math in an ideal scenario. Non-dimensional is what it's called. Like in a perfect, say your aerodynamics are perfect. That's how you take into account coefficient of drag, right? It's called the non-dimensional equation. That right there is the first thing, one of the first things that you learn of how a fluid, a pneumatic fluid, right? Pneumatic fluid being the very technical term for this. How air interacts with things is how much air is being pushed at it, and the shape is very dependent on what the air does. That's like, it's aerodynamics 101. I mean, obviously when you speak it out like that, but non-dimensional equations to figure out coefficient of drag and stuff is one of the first things that you learn, right? Dimensionless quantity. There you go. That's what it's called. Sorry, I know I'm not using the right terms, dude, but yeah. So Hoonigan-esque? Yeah, Tron, yeah. Cletus does more race car stuff than Hoonigan does. Like, this is a dragster that he's working on. That's Leroy the Savage. Now, once again, dudes, you want to see something very interesting. I want to see if we can get a shot of it at the roof here. There's George doing his thing. See, look, even at lower speeds, the sucker is still... The air still turns right before it gets to the bumper. Come on, show us. Now, okay. You want to see what's interesting here is when it gets to the windshield, right? This doesn't happen. Like, it's floating up over the windshield, but when it gets past the windshield, look at how close it is. Look at how close it is to the roof of the car. See that? It's practically hugging it. The reason why is because the nose broke it pushed most of the air out of the way, so to speak. Once again, going back to dimensionless equation. Right? But look, see it turn? it's turning right before it hits the nose. See what I'm talking about? This nose pushed most of the air out of the way, so you don't have that stagnation by the time it gets to the windshield and the roof and the rear end of the car. Okay.
Yeah. So it had a total of 342 pounds of downforce at 200 miles an hour. That's 82 up in the front, 424 down in the rear.
Oh. Hey.
That's a lot of power. See how much of a difference that makes? That's, once again, that's why, like a Formula 1 car, you have to go faster around the corners to get the car to handle better. If you don't go faster on the corners, it'll actually drive worse. Because of all that pushing down that front wing does on the front tires. Now, the trade-off, engineering is always about trade-offs, dudes. Your trade-off... We get it, you vape. The trade-off here is that you make a ton of drag. But, well, it's better than not having anything. This is the same car, guys, without its body shell on. There's actually some really pretty damn good engineering here, because they showed what the car is doing, right, without its body, and then they showed it with the body. It's pretty good testing. Now, remember what I just showed you, dudes, with the body. Look, do you see the air taking that turn at all? I mean, maybe a little bit, but look at how turbulent it gets pushing off the oil cooler right there. Or no, that's the fuel tank, excuse me. See? Look at how turbulent this air is. Imagine how much swirling, how much squiggles all this stuff sticking out is causing. What engine is that? It's a 427. I mean, your turbos are going to get tons of laminar flow. Look, he got one of the turbines to actually, or he got that to actually spin by putting the paraffin into it. But see, look at how turbulent that air is. See, it's going all over the place. At the windshield. Remember what I was telling you? At the windshield, it's going everywhere. Now, contrast that with the body here. Look at that. That still is a little bit turbulent, right? It still is a little bit turbulent, but that's a lot smoother. That's aerodynamics visualized right there. That's why wind tunnel testing is still useful to this day. The modal interaction of magnetoreluctance. Yep. You can do all kinds of trickery with aerodynamics if you really understand that you're going to get a stagnation point and the air will turn and point in different directions. You can do all kinds of weird things with that. There's no replacement for a wind tunnel. I would argue that flying is better, but, you know, you got to make sure it flies before you get to that point, huh, Pi? NSF is on in the background. Might have to do something about those turbines. Yeah, Kilroy, that's what I'm saying, man. You're getting a huge stagnation point over, like, right in front of your turbine. That's... You see? The air is going right over it. Now, don't get me wrong. It's not... The turbos obviously aren't spooled or anything. If they were spooled, it'd probably pull the air in. Now, here's what I'm wondering. How much drag does that actually cause? You're putting a huge vacuum right here. You're putting tons of low pressure over the top of the car. Believe it or not, that's actually super aerodynamically unstable on a car. You don't want low pressure over the front of the hood, because if you have low pressure here and the vacuum induced by your turbos creates a lower pressure up top than the pressure of that stagnated air on the bottom, well, guess what? You have a wing now. You have lift. Yeah. Race cars have made this mistake before. Not necessarily with like turbos, not necessarily with turbos, but yeah, here's another reason why wind tunnel testing is a good idea. So watch what happens when you have lower pressure over your front tires on an automobile that's going quite fast. Pay attention, it's quite subtle. Yeah, low pressure over the top front of the car makes airplane. Guy walked away from that, by the way. Believe it or not. Pretty interesting, right? So I'd be wondering if all those turbos pulling in, creating all that vacuum over the front of the car is actually causing problems. If it was me, I would put the turbos... Well, see, here's the thing. You want high pressure going into the turbos, right? You want laminar flow going into your turbines, right? But you don't want it to be at the behest of downforce. So now, see the trade-offs? Engineering is always a trade-off. It doesn't matter if it's a car. It doesn't matter if it's planes. You know, creating a lot of vacuum up here could potentially lift your front wheels up off the ground at higher speeds. Hopefully, the amount of downforce that the air dam makes is enough to combat the vacuum, because those turbos are moving a lot of air when this thing's going 200 miles an hour. They're moving a lot of air. This is part of why NASCAR put the louvers on the front end to put more downforce over the top of the car. Really scripted. And then, yeah, Cleater's actually an airplane nut. I've talked to him about this before. He loves aviation, so, you know, that's... Just remember, dudes, ground speed means nothing with an airplane. Airspeed is the thing to understand with planes. And the air doesn't move at the same speed as the ground. So, in a wind tunnel, if the right amount of air is going over your RC plane's wings, it will absolutely fly. See? It just appears to be hovering. But it's not. Oh, well, don't, okay, alright, don't crash. Alright, cool. Anyway, yeah, little bit of an aerodynamics tangent, but that's why Starliner, long story short, aerodynamic trickery is why Starliner has that damn cheese grater on the front. It's there to trick the air into flying around the Centaur stage. Well, not trick the air, but you get the idea. You don't want air getting sucked up here because it'll make you aerodynamically unstable. Sorry, Jack. Somebody asked me about a cheese grater, so I didn't make it in time. Oh, you know, I saw a couple people making remarks like that. You know, how about I just complete the rest of Starliner off stream and we cover Kuiper and then I go to bed? You want to play that game with me? Trick the air. That's a good one. That's the plain English way that I can describe it. You trick the air into doing something that's not normal. Anyway, that's why it has that. Anyway, let's go here. Let me finish working on our fins. So the first thing I'm going to do is make sure that these all have the right texture from my flag pack here. I have a wing texture that we use for the flag pack, and make sure it's set to white panel. Dude, there's all kinds of aerodynamic trickery. Wait until, like, one day I'll tell you guys about, like, SR-71 intakes, and you'll be like, how'd they figure that out in 1957? How did that happen? How'd they do that without a computer? That's kind of, okay. Pi, it really is. a ridiculous rabbit hole of awesome. There we go. Cool. People equals smart. Hey kids, stop auto downloading. Help your computer. I don't know nothing about the computers. My mom got one and she put a couple games on it. G.I. Joe. One of my favorites was the XB1, XB70 surfing on its own sonic boom. Oh yeah, yeah. Pi, that's a good point. Check this out, dudes. You want to see something nuts? Talking about aerodynamic trickery. The XB70. So note the XB70's wings. See the wings down there? The wings actually fold down. Now, don't get me wrong. That's not for like, you know, wing folding up on a Navy plane, right? Like stowing a Navy plane on an aircraft carrier. The wings fold down to take into account a phenomenon called compression lift. Okay? So, if you look, the front of the XB70 is way up here, and the intake is exposed to laminar flow. It's exposed to open, clean air, right? All the air that's coming underneath this thing is not going to get deflected in any particular direction, right? Now, if you look at an XB70's, the front, let me see, right here. So, check this out. Clean air is coming all up in here, and it's going right into the engines. Or is it? Note this thing right here, this kind of fin that's out in front of your intakes. What that does is very similar to the Trident. That plunger thing that's on the front of the Trident missile that I just showed you. It does something very similar to that. Now, why? Why is that a big deal? When the wings fold down, the shock wake that this thing pushes, it pushes the air out to the side. Now, don't get me wrong, some of the air gets scooped up into the intake from this wake, but most of it goes out underneath the wing. And when you fold those wings down, the wake, especially at high speed, gets trapped underneath the wings. It's a phenomenon that's called compression lift, okay? It gets trapped underneath it and then shot out the back. But more importantly, it creates insane amounts of high pressure underneath the wing, especially at high altitude and at high speed. Now, why is that a big deal? Okay, so what? Why is that? Why do you want that? That means you can have a wing that is essentially a lot smaller than you can. Okay, rewind that a second. Why is this a big deal? All right. So if you wanted to fly higher, right, you'd need a bigger wing. You'd need bigger wings, right? And then you need more power so you could fly up there at higher altitudes, right, where there's not a lot of pressure, right? You'd need to fly up there at extremely high speed, and you'd need a lot of wing surface area, like the SR-71, right? Yeah? The SR-71, the whole back of that plane is basically wing. The XB-70 could fly at an altitude of a plane that needs a much bigger wing structure with a small wing structure because it's literally surfing its own wake, just like a trimaran. Like, anybody familiar with the littoral combat ships? Those things that are junk, the trimaran? What happens is water is getting forced between the main part of the ship and the pontoons, and that lifts the ship up out of the water so it can travel at higher speeds. This thing flies in its own wake, and it uses the wake so the wings can generate way more lift than they have any business doing. This wing at high speed generates as much lift as a wing that's like 4 or 5 times its surface area. Because of this, the XB-70, which has 6 engines in it, all next to each other in a row, because of this, the XB-70 can use its engines to focus on going fast and not necessarily using its engines to stay up high. It'll already fly up high at higher speeds. It's a phenomenon called compression lift. The XB70 tricks the aerodynamics into basically using the wake from its intake to actually fly at a higher altitude. You fly at a higher altitude, there's less air in the way, so you can go faster. And more importantly, your wings will generate enough lift so you can literally point this thing right into the proverbial wind, goose 6 jet engines all at once, and go, actually, I was about to say almost as fast as an SR-71, but the thing about the XB-70, they canceled the program before they figured out what its top speed was. The highest tested speed with this plane was Mach 3. That's 2,100 miles an hour in change. This was in the mid to late 60s. Are those canards? It needed canards. It needed canards to take off, Silent. That delta wing, yeah, you need canards with that delta wing. It's one of the only times I will ever excuse canards being used. And keep in mind, guys, this is a bomber. The XB-70 was a bomber. We're talking about carrying as much payload as a B-52. That thing theoretically could have moved 80,000 pounds of bombs at Mach 3 at 60, 70,000 feet. They never tested it. The program got canceled before they could realize its full potential. And then NASA crashed one of the prototypes, but oh yeah, you can do all kinds of trickery with aerodynamics. It's pretty rad. All right, guys, the Project Kuiper stream is live, so I'm going to pop into that. We do need to do a little more tweaks on the service module. We'll do that on the other side of the launch. If we have to push Space News a day, so be it. Spending so much money when high-altitude missiles exist. It lost to the B-52. Somehow I don't know why. The XB-70 could just outrun missiles. Missiles would run out of fuel before it could catch it. That was the same thing with the SR-71. Because a plane knocked off its vertical stabilizers. Yeah, F-104s. You know, Ninja Guy Dan, I love Kelly Johnson. Kelly Johnson's was an amazing plane designer. The F-104 was a piece of crap design, and I will die on this hill. What a terrible design. Honestly, a piece of junk. Like, dude, just lazy. Relying on, like, 30-degree angle of incidence on your AOI adjustment on your horizontal stabilizers just to get the plane to fly correctly should have been a gigantic red flag that this plane sucks. There's a reason why F-104s are called Widowmakers, because they are nigh impossible to land, because when you have wings that are the size of a piece of paper, it doesn't fly very well. Fun fact. The German Luftwaffe agrees with you. Dude, what a crock of crap that plane is. I hate it. I hate F-104s. They're a piece of junk. Like, that, you're asking to get killed flying that damn thing. Like, I love Kelly Johnson, I do, but also, hell no.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Interesting, Bill. I read all that real quick. Sorry, I couldn't read it out loud fast enough. Chris Vu, 103 months. So, guys, I'm going to keep this VOD going. I'm not going to jog the VOD. We'll just keep it going. And we'll jump. Launch highlights and behind we will jump back over to Kerbal on the other side of it. T-minus 7 minutes.
At this time, the team is working towards a 7 p.m. liftoff. However, the weather remains a
the
challenge.
Avro car.
So let's jump over to Brian Sizak for a weather update.
What up, Brian?
Thanks, guys, and certainly a lot to talk about from a weather perspective tonight. here on the Space Coast of Florida. So
Hold
here's
on.
what we're dealing with right now. Here's a live look at satellite with radar data overlaid on top of it. Notice there are these showers that are off the coast. This is thanks to this area of low pressure that's spitting off the Atlantic coast. And notice this convergent band of showers that's kind of setting up and moving right over us. Now, the good news is that this band has pushed a little bit further to the east than the last few hours, but we are currently violating the cumulus cloud rule. So that is because there are some of these showers that are embedded within this band right here that when they get tall enough, there is actually a standoff distance. So it doesn't have to be raining directly at the pad, and that's because they could be electrified, and that's one of our lightning launch commit criteria to prevent natural and rocket-triggered lightning strikes. So again, we are no-go for the cumulus cloud rule. But the other issue that we're monitoring as well, in addition to the showers and the cumulus cloud rule, is the wind situation. So that low is bringing in some pretty strong winds coming from the north along the coast here. And you can see these red numbers here. So this is gusts in miles per hour. So currently we're seeing gusts near the pad here in the low 30s miles per hour. So we're monitoring that situation. It has come down a little bit in the last couple of hours, but still elevated right now. So we're getting the showers and the associated strong winds associated with this low that is sitting off the coast. So we're going to need the showers to push a little bit farther to the east, and we're also going to need these winds to come down as the evening progresses. So some of the model guidance is indicating that the winds are going to come down a little bit, so that's what the launch weather team is going to be monitoring. Currently, our probability of violation is 80% at the opening of the window and trending down to 60% as we go towards the ends of that 2-hour launch window. So not saying that there isn't any hope, and if there is a window of favorable weather, the launch weather team is going to find it. Guys, back to you.
All right, thank you, Brian. They certainly will find it if we can tonight. So this means that as the launch team and the launch clock are getting closer to liftoff, the clock will give time to allow the team to resolve any issues that may occur in the hours leading up to launch.
If you're familiar with launch counts, then you might already know that the L minus time refers to the actual time remaining until launch. And then you'll see the T minus time refers to the time presented on the countdown clock that reflects the hold and is paused for an exact amount of time until this hold is released. It gives our team time to work any issues.
Exactly. By building in this time, we give ourselves a higher probability of an on-time liftoff. And today's countdown, which can be seen in the top left corner of your screen, uses the T minus time. The final hold prior to launch is planned at T minus 4 minutes.
Yeah, guys, 80%.
LC switch not ready. LD, LC.
80% down to 60 is not ideal. I'm not 100% sure if this thing is going to fly.
LD, LC, that one.
Launch director for launch.
LD on one.
Yes, LD. I'm working
control.
a couple of issues. I recommend extending the hold at T minus 4 minutes. We're going to delay dropping fuel and recommend delaying
Dude, look at the light.
batteries to
Look at how windy it is. Look at the light.
So our new T0 can be ported.
Concur and LD concurs.
Roger.
Dude, it is windy as hell out there. Look at the LOX vent. Guys, you want to know? You want to see something? You want to know something crazy? That LOX vent is doing that same thing that we were looking at the wind tunnel. The wind is blowing so much that air is actually stagnating up against the side of Atlas, and the LOX vent is going around that stagnated air. That's crazy, right? That's how much the wind is blowing. You had to shut down today, goalie? Yeah, I wouldn't lift anything with this wind, dude. I saw the low clouds, David. Yeah. Oh, yeah. A lot of caps out there, weather guy, for sure. So this is the Project Kuiper, guys. This is Amazon's internet satellite constellation. It is launching on an Atlas 551 at Slick 41 down at the Cape. I'm not 100% sure this thing's going to go. 30-mile-an-hour winds is no-go for any rocket. That's pretty bad. Let alone what you'd encounter downrange with that low pressure that low pressure pocket downrange in the track of the vehicle. Yeah, Mike, it's a big fairing. There's a Centaur 3 inside of that fairing.
Just heard from our...
Oh. Guy? Hello?
And as you just heard from our launch conductor on channel 1, standing by for a new T0. We'll bring you more information as soon as we have it.
What? 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 That was loud. What? Okay.
Right now, we're taking a live look at the Atlas V
That was
rocket on the
super
launch
loud
pad.
for me.
As the countdown continues, our team is taking the final steps in preparation for liftoff. The first
Why
stage,
is my audio
also
different
known as
than
the
yours?
rocket's booster stage,
Let me
is a
check the
large
settings.
tank
Hold
on the
on.
bottom that is actually 2 tanks, one filled with the RP-1 fuel and the other with the liquid oxygen. And the liquid oxygen is the super cold cryogenic propellant that turns the tanks...
Guys, I had the audio boosted on my end just for me to hear because of the confirmation meeting audio this morning and how bad it was. Okay. I'll take the L. I'll take the L.
No one brought up.
It's so bad.
Payload fairing, or PLF as we refer to it,
All right.
completes the
Okay,
rocket and
that's
provides
good
this
for me.
aerodynamic shape necessary for the climb to space. On the upper stage in the PLF, we'll see the logos for Amazon, Atlas,
Dude,
and ULA,
dude,
as
that
well
key in
as
on
the
the
American
mic was
flag.
so freaking
Let's learn
loud.
more about how
Oh
ULA
my
builds the Atlas V rocket.
I don't know why it wasn't loud before. They must have changed the audio or something. It wasn't loud a second ago.
Engineered in Centennial,
Oh my
Colorado,
gosh.
ULA's Atlas V rocket is
I'm
built
glad I
in
didn't
Decatur,
blow out anybody
Alabama,
else's
and
ears. If you
launched
guys
from
heard
Cape
what I
Canaveral,
heard, you guys wouldn't be watching the stream right now.
Once the rocket is manufactured,
I
it
was like,
travels
no.
to Cape Canaveral on ULA's
wait.
cargo ship, known as Rocket Ship. After arriving in Florida, ULA's launch operations team begins assembling the rocket. Stacking begins with lifting the 107-foot Atlas booster, powered by an RD-180 engine, onto the mobile launch platform. For Amazon missions, 5 solid rocket boosters are attached to the sides of the first stage for additional thrust at liftoff. ULA's ultra-thin stainless steel Centaur upper stage